Well then. So I fixed this from the last stream as well. I managed to turn on progressive taxiway. So for airports that we're not familiar with, we can we'll get these big blue arrows telling us where we need to go. Okay, let's go this way because that guy's in my way. Let's get the nav screen up. Good. I'm going to swing out a bit because the game seems to have forgotten that there's actually another plane there in my way. And as I mentioned in one of the previous streams, I do play this game in maximum realism, so if I do clip a wing or anything like that against another plane, that will cause the game to crash out and say that the plane's damaged and it's a failure. If I overstress the aircraft during the flight, it will say I've overstressed the aircraft and again it'll fail out. So if that happens, I will restart the flight from the position where that happens, but I'm not expecting that. I'm also not expecting any failures during this flight, but it could possibly happen because the game is set up to allow for random failures on the plane, at which point we would deal with that and complete an emergency landing or corrective maneuvers as required. If you are watching the stream, please don't forget to give it a like. That does help it get shared more by YouTube. It helps to support the algorithm. And this is a stream to help us get to 1,000 subs. We're going to be going quite long on this one. It's going to be a 3 or 4 hour stream. So please do subscribe, like, share, and comment. You can only comment if you are a subscriber in this stream, specifically because the aim of the stream is for us to grow subscriptions. So we're just having a nice gentle taxi, as approved by ATC, up to the runway, and then we'll be on our way. So I will say occasionally, probably I'll say it every 10 minutes or so, but as I say, this is a subscriber stream. We are asking you to subscribe to be able to chat. Please share and like. It does help us get extra visibility across YouTube, and the reason for all of that is because we're going to Japan next month and we want to do live streams whilst we're there, and having 1,000 subscribers enables mobile live streaming to have a much better experience for a content creator. So we are about 150 away, I believe, from being able to have that 1,000. So we're now holding short of the runway, and we're requesting our clearance for departure.
Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar, Tango QNH, 29er.9er, 2 wind calm south departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 20.
Okay, so I've set my barometric pressure.
Takeoff runway 20 Beechcraft.
Clear for takeoff. So we'll just do a quick left, a quick right, check, make sure there's nobody coming onto the runway, off the runway, nobody approaching. I'll put the flaps down to stage 1 and we will now taxi and line up on the runway. And because we're cleared for takeoff, we will do an immediate departure once lined up. Let's go. Climbing, gear up. Flaps up.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango, continue for south departure.
400 feet.
Iwakuni Tower Beechcraft
Autopilot
Golf
on.
Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, continue for south departure.
Let's have an external view. And I'll re-enable the VFR map so you can see where we're going. Now, the VFR map doesn't appear to show the name of the points that we're going to, but I believe because of the settings I configured, it should pop up on the screen where we're heading to as we get closer to it. It should have like a big sign sticking out of it saying this is here. So as we see those approaching, what I will do is I will do a bit of Googling and I will try to find out a bit more about that that thing. So yeah, as you can see, for the airport we just departed, then it tells you the distance to that airport, where it is. So that was, I'm going to say this wrong, so I apologise, but it's probably Iwakuni, or yeah, Iwakuni, so I'm going to say it probably completely wrong. And that's where we have departed from. Now if you look at the top left of the screen, and I close off the flight assistant, the pink arrow then with the other pink line just centering up with it, this is telling you how far off the planned GPS route we are, and as that pink line becomes closer to the centre, that means we're getting back onto the route. So as that line becomes more centralised, the plane will turn back to the left and then it will start flying straight. Right now we are to the left of where we want to be, which is why the line is on the right of the arrow. So we need to fly to the right, which centres us up, and then as we get closer we'll line back up and it should be pointing straight up with the line in the middle. So now that we are getting there, I'm ready to yellow. I'm going to just pull back on the throttle just a little bit, 90%, and I'm going to increase our rate of climb to 1,000 feet per minute. And let's just get us up to that cruising altitude of 2,500. So again, you can see that on the bottom right of the screen. You'll see the altitude and vertical speed indicator. So the altitude in blue is our target altitude that the autopilot is set to, and the vertical speed indicator is the rate of climb or descent that we have that we are currently experiencing. So we're experiencing 970 feet per minute climb up to 2,500 feet. And you can see the flaps are fully up and the trim is neutral.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango, leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Iwakuni Tower Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango frequency change.
We've
Iwakuni approach Beechcraft
taken
Golf
off with a full
Sierra
tank of
Charlie
fuel,
Oscar
so
Tango.
that should
Type
be
Beechcraft,
plenty for
36
the
miles north
2.5 to 3 hour flight that this will be. Depending on how quickly we get there, we may do another flight, short flight afterwards, something like that, maybe in an airliner. If somebody wants to recommend a route, we can do that as we get through the stream. So as I say, we're expecting this to be a 3 to 4 hour stream, and we're trying to grow our subscribers. And I'm trying to learn how to obviously stream on YouTube without having audio issues, but we'll fix that next time. Things are looking good now. So we're just getting our clearances, and we're being put into a monitoring state by air traffic control, and we'll see. So as you can see, Miajima is the first landmark that we're coming up on, and this is one of the locations we will be going to. This is also called Itsushikima, and it's a small island in Hiroshima Bay, known for its forests and ancient temples. So we will be staying at a hotel in Hiroshima, and we'll get the we'll either use there's a ferry next to our hotel, or we'll use the JR rail pass that we've purchased to come over and have a look at Miajima Island for a day whilst we're in Hiroshima. The big thing that most people are familiar with here is the shrine, and we did fly with the shrine in the last live stream, but let me turn off autopilot and we'll come down and have another look at that shrine as the first landmark. You can now see it there just at the bottom of the screen in the water, but we'll come down for a bit of a closer look. Lucky wants me to crash the plane. Lucky, remember, if we get to 1,000 subs, you get lots of treats from Japan and toys and things. So if I crash, I don't know. I don't know if that will generate subs or not. That'd be interesting. Maybe people can comment if crashing would encourage you to subscribe. Please do not forget to like the stream. That does help YouTube share this with more people. Flight Simulator is quite a niche game for streaming and things like that, so you know, we need to be doing our best to get as many people as possible watching. So this is our shrine here, and you can see the docks. That's the docks where the boats will land. The ferries as we come to visit Miajima. You can also climb up the mountain, the island to the top to get a nice view. That's something we'll do whilst we're here. Apologies, I'm talking fast, but I'm also trying to fly this plane manually right now to get you a look at this shrine. So, as I say, Miajima Shrine, and the docks where the boats are is our first landmark of the day. That's about as close as I'm going to be able to get you. Miajima Shrine. What I'm doing now is I'm just resetting my rate of climb, and autopilot will take us off to our next landmark. I've turned on GPS tracking on the VFR map, so again you can see where we are. I can zoom that out a bit so you can get a better look, although you just see a lot of airports and things. So yeah, there's now going to be oh, actually I can tell you once we're en route. Come in here. So if we look at the these screens, again I've talked about what that purple arrow and the line below it means. So obviously we're off track again to the left of where we want to be, and you can reflect that in the VFR map. You can also reflect it here on the navigation screen of the aircraft. So estimated time en route, if you look at the top of the navigation screen, there's 4 numbers in pink. The last number, ETE, estimated time en route, that's our estimated time at our current airspeed. to the next landmark. So we're about 27 minutes out from our next landmark, but I will fly us quite low, and we'll just get a nice view of Japan this time. So as in the last stream before an airliner, we're above the clouds, the views weren't great, so this time I really want you to get a good view outside and see what's happening. So 27 minutes to the next landmark. If you are a subscriber, you can chat. Do ask us questions in the chat about our trip to Japan. I'll happily answer anything I can. There will be a live stream I'll be doing closer to the time on the trip that we're doing, and considerations, you know, sort of things like what we're going to do in the airport, what our budget is, some key activities that we're planning, and how we're booking into them, if you have to book them in advance, how you book them in advance, other things that we're taking with us, all the rest of it. I'm just going to power back now, so we're getting there, back to about 80% is a good continual engine throttle. And so yeah, if you've got any questions about the trip that you want me to talk about right now whilst we're streaming, then please do pop them in the chat. Again, subscribers can chat, so, and I'll answer them now. But as I said, there will be a dedicated stream where we will cover all of these subjects. Likely late July, early August, we'll do that stream. But I am planning to stream more often for you between now and then on Flight Simulator, and potentially other games. If there's another thing that you'd like to see me play or whatever, we can do other games as well, I suppose. But yeah, I'm going to do some live streams for you between now and then to grow our subscribers. So that's not telling me what it is, but there is a landmark or something over there on the right. So to give you a bit more information about where we are and what we're flying, we are just departing over Hiroshima now. So this is the Hiroshima area. We're departing that, and as you can see, we have Saka there on to the left of the nose of the aircraft. So that is a town in Japan. Saka is a town located in the Aki district of Hiroshima. Had an estimated population of 12,853 in 5,879 households, and a population density of 820 inhabitants per square meter. Isn't Google just such a great source of useless information? So as we fly over Saka, I will look to the left so you can see. But there's no specific landmark there. We're just calling out that that is a town in Japan and where we are. I have turned off live traffic, so in this stream, so that I can set the weather. If you set live traffic, you have to have live weather as well, which is super ultimate realism. But I want you to be able to see, so I've just turned on live users. So the other planes that you'll see, such as that Kataju or Katajo, flying an F-28 at 20,000 feet, he is, or she is, another live simulator player. So that's another real person flying a game, sorry, flying a plane in the simulator. But you won't see, you won't see other live real aircraft in this stream. This plane, that's a great question. This plane, let's have a look. So, inside the plane, if we turn around, you can see that there's 2 at the front and 4 at the back in a sort of table orientation. So 2 and 2 facing opposite directions, facing each other so they can have a chat. And there is a luggage compartment at the back. One of the things I'm really hoping for, I don't know if they will do this in the 2024 version, is actually to allow during, say, airliner flights, you to go into the cabin and sort of have simulated air cabin crew and because if you can see air hostesses these days without getting cancelled. But yeah, simulate a cabin crew and actually see what's going on inside the cabin as well, and potentially having passengers and things like that. One of the jobs you can have in the 2024 game that's been announced is to be like an executive pilot. So, for example, a super rich person, what would you say, charters a plane. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to, you know, come on and actually sit down and be passengers and things like that. And I don't know, but maybe they'll partner with actually getting some people to actually do voiceovers and stuff. That'd be really cool. But there's not much information being released about that. So yeah, 6 seats in total, 2 at the front and 4 at the back in a 2-and-2 facing each other orientation. Good question. So yeah, one of the questions I got in the last stream was, you know, when you get to some airports or some popular areas, it looks like there's lots of people flying. What's the risk of colliding, crashing into that person, whatever? It can happen, but air traffic control generally will give you a warning. It'll say, you know, traffic at 5 miles, 1 o'clock, you know, report them in sight. That gives you enough time to spot them and take evasive maneuvers. As for example, this Karajo, he's flying at 20,000 feet, and I'm flying at 2,500 feet. So there's very little risk, even if we cross each other, that we would have any collision risk. So you can see there's 2 of us in the plane. Pilot on the right as you're seeing it, left in the cabin, and first officer on the left of the screen, or right as you'd see it in the plane. I've got my first officer controlling the radios for me today. And yes, I always play as a woman in games. No, I don't identify as a woman, but if I'm going to play a game for hours and hours and hours, I want to see the female character and not the male character. Sue me. No, don't. So, as we continue flying over, the island that you see on the right there is, someone's going to tell me I'm wrong, according to my Google map, is going to be Oshiba Island, the small one there. Just with that bridge and then the little island. You can't see my cursor, which is annoying. I need to get like a laser pointer or something for these live streams, so I can point at what I'm talking about. I'm not going to go into any of these islands on my trip. There is going to be another city coming up, so I'll keep that in the corner of the screen for it popping up, but I think you want to see the islands. So I'm going to move the VFR map over to the left right now, so you won't see the GPS indicator, but you will get to see more of the islands. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't got my camera on in this live stream. Again, I'm going to put cameras on in the future. I suppose it does have somewhat a similarity to me as the first officer. I don't think I look like the woman. If somebody thinks I do, that I don't know how to take that. Maybe I should be take it as a compliment. But I think I look more like the first officer. With my beard and my glasses. So, this city here is, it did tell me, Takihara. Let's see what we can find out about Takihara. Takihara, here we go. Takihara, as of the 30th of April 2023, has an estimated population of 23,350 in 12,034 households with a population density of 200 persons per kilometre. So it's much less densely populated than the previous city we flew over. I'm not seeing any recommended things to do in Google, so I won't call those out. Let's see if I can click on that. Things to do. Let's see if that'll... There is an expansive garden with water features. You can see the ruins of a power plant, and you can see the Hiroshima Airport Bridge, apparently. Yeah, we're not going to be doing any of that. Yeah, I haven't had long hair for a while either. People who have known me for a long time will know that, yeah, I went through a phase of into heavy metal music. I still like it, but actually, interesting story. I was going for a scholarship with Oxford Aviation Academy and British Airways, and I was told during the interview process that I wouldn't be eligible for it as a man with long hair. I don't think they get away with that today, but this was a long time ago, and so I cut my hair so that I could be eligible for the sponsorship, which I ultimately didn't get. I was a finalist, but I didn't get it. So let's do a check-in on our ETA, or ETE. So, because we're not, estimated time of arrival in Tokyo is still a long way out. 12 minutes and 52. What I am going to do is I'm just going to feather the prop a little bit so that that RPM indicator will stop flashing at me as an overstressed engine. That's not going to change our ETE. It just makes less risk that the plane will say that it's been overstressed during this flight. So 12 minutes 29 seconds till our next landmark. Please do share the stream, do like it, all that good stuff. Try and get your friends to watch, ask them to subscribe. Obviously, getting to 1,000 subscribers makes it easier for me and Daniela to do our live streams in Japan. We will try to do those at a suitable time for the UK, but they are 8 hours ahead of us in the UK. So, example, if it's 12 lunchtime, it's 8 p.m. in Japan. So 12 lunchtime UK, 8 p.m. Japan. So we're gonna, when we have time, free time in Japan, say an hour to do a live stream, and hopefully we're somewhere interesting, we'll do a live stream. It may turn out that we end up doing it at like 6 o'clock in the morning UK time, or 8 o'clock in the morning UK time, depending on where we are and when we have interesting things to do and to show you and to talk about and talk about our journey and experiences. But if you miss it live, you can always watch the replay. So it looks like we're going to go over water for a little bit. Let's drop our altitude, because when I fly the real planes over water, anybody who's been up with me, such as some of those in the chat, you will know that over such locations as Loch Ness in Scotland, I would fly incredibly low, sometimes almost wheels touching the water low down Loch Ness as we would try looking for Nessie. So let's try to recreate some of that experience for you and bring it down a bit as we get over the water. I'll just pull the engine back a little bit because we're getting over speed again.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango contact Tokyo Center on 124.905. Good day.
124.905 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So that's us being handed off to Tokyo Center now, control. So they will be monitoring us and advising us of any collision risks and our clearances as we go through different controlled airspaces. I do want to thank everybody who has liked the stream. 5 likes is excellent, so really appreciate that. For such a small channel as I have, every like counts. So please do remember to like the stream. If anybody who's watching is going on holiday this year, why don't you tell me where you're going, and possibly we can set up the next flight there, so we can show you some landmarks where you're going on holiday. So if you're going on holiday this year, let me know where you're going. We can have a conversation about that, yeah, we can do a flight over somewhere that you want to see. So the reason we're flying over Japan is because I'm going to Japan next month, and I wanted to show you some of the areas that I will be visiting. So this city stroke town on the left of the aircraft is Tomocho. Let's see what we can find out about that. And as you can see, there's another real life aircraft flying a C700, sorry, real life simulator player. I don't want to offend anybody. Flying a C700 at 45,000 feet. Yeah, Tomocho. Let's see what we can find out about Tomocho. Nothing. There's no information on Google about Tomocho. There does appear to be a historical landmark, but it's not in the game, called Tomonora, which is it looks like a small lighthouse, and apparently it was a old fishing village preserved for traditional Japanese houses, shops, and temples. Tomocho. Okay, so we've been flying for a little while now. I've been streaming for almost an hour. Probably been flying for about half an hour. So let's switch fuel tanks. Depending on where your flight school is and things like this, you'll generally get recommended to switch fuel tanks in a small plane like this every 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. I always liked 15 minutes when I flew. I was taught 10, but I always did 15 because I just thought it was easier to track on my watch. As people might know, pilots like their watches. They like following their watches, and I just found it easier to look at the 4 different quadrants of the watch and go, okay, I'm at quarter past switch, and then half past switch, quarter to switch. And the idea there is that if you've not got a dual fuel pump for fuel, so the fuel is stored in the wings of aircraft, then you have to switch which tank you're taking the fuel from at a regular occurrence so that the plane doesn't become too imbalanced and uncontrollable. You wouldn't want one wing to be empty and one wing to be full, for example. That would make flying the plane a lot more difficult than you would want it to be. So we have switched the fuel at, let's just call that 10 p.m. Zulu. Is that right? Are we in Zulu right now? Hold on, it might not be. It might not be in Zulu time right now. Oh, I'm wrong. Yep, so it's 10 p.m. UK. Zulu, according to Google, is 9 p.m. So there's an interesting thing we can talk about. When flying, we always talk in Zulu time, which means that everybody's talking about the same time anywhere in the world. So we all use the same time zone when flying. The local time zone is somewhat irrelevant. We need to know which plane is going to be where, and that we're talking about the same units and the same unit of time and space. So we always talk in Zulu time. So I'll continue with that tradition for the live stream tonight. That will confuse people. But at 9 p.m. Zulu, give or take, we switch the fuel tank.
120 decimal for Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So we're
Takamatsu
being
approach Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango 1000.
handed off to Tamagaku. I can't say it. Takamatsu. That could be a live stream all in itself, me just trying to say Japanese words. Right, so let's have a wee look at our en route and how we're doing. 3 minutes away from our next landmark. So I will slow us down a bit. I'll introduce a stage of flaps and we'll go into slow flight as we go and have a look at some of these landmarks, because I'm going to have to switch in and out of autopilot whilst I try to find some information about them for you as well as we do this. So as you can see, we're slowing down now. Flaps are engaged into stage 1 flap, so 12 degrees of flap. I've set the engine to 50%, so you'll see the trim going up. And this just puts us into slow flight for going over our second landmark of this flight. Looks like there's several landmarks up ahead, so I will try to get information on as many of them as I can for you. Okay, so Bisan-Seto Bridge. Let's see what we can find out about that. Or maybe it's Bisan Set Bridge. Minami Bisan-Seto Bridge. It's very popular, but can't find. Hold on, let's have a look. So this is a bridge. There's actually two bridges here. They're called two different things. There's Hitsushima Bridge and Bisan-Seto Bridge. And well, it's one of the world's largest combined road and rail bridges that crosses the Bisan-Seto route and connects Yoshima and Banoshu. Between the two suspension bridges, cable strands are intersected in the air and spray section balance and tensile strength. Subsea structure is 50 meters below water level. It has two cables and it weighs about 86,000 tons. When was it built? It's a great question. I was looking for that. The opening of the bridge was on May 23rd, 1889. And there was an anniversary, a 20th anniversary held for some reason in 2005. I don't know why. That's what it says on their website though. So, what I'll do, I'm just going to turn off autopilot for a second. I'm going to go back and have another quick look at that bridge now that I've done the history of it. I'll do a bit of manual flying over this bridge and we'll get a better look at it before we head on to our third landmark for the stream. Maybe we'll fly all the way down it from the top to the bottom or something. So shameless plug request. I say this stream is to build subscribers, but we also need to build watch time. So if you are getting tired and decide that it's late and you want to go to bed, it would be really appreciated if you could choose any device you have in your house, turn it onto this stream, put it on silent, and just go to bed. But get me the watch time, that'd be great. You don't need clearance to change course, interestingly enough. You could ask for an orbit, or you can just announce an orbit. As general aviation, flying under VFR rules, which is visual flight rules, you don't have to stick to your flight plan absolutely. Your flight plan would typically be point of departure and point of arrival. And therefore, as long as you've got clearance to fly in this airspace, you could tell them that you plan to orbit the area. If you want to go below what would be deemed as a safe altitude, or below a mountain where you might go out of transponder range because the transponder might not be able to submit its signal beyond a mountain, then you'd want to tell them you're doing that as well. So, as anyone who's flown as a roll with me down Loch Ness, we would always tell air traffic control in Inverness that we're going low down Loch Ness, and so if they lose us, that's what's happened, and not that something terrible has happened. So yeah, as general aviation, it's perfectly standard, perfectly normal and acceptable. Flying under visual flight rules. If we were an airliner, this would not be acceptable. You would have to request a change of route, request a change of altitude, and everything else, because you're flying under instrument flight rules and being fully controlled by air traffic control. So yeah, perfectly standard and possible to do this. Anybody who's flown with me out of Dundee, over the Forth bridges, so the bridges over the Firth of Forth in Scotland near Edinburgh, the famous Forth Rail Bridge, Forth Road Bridge and Queensferry Crossing, may know that I've done orbits above those as well. And I'm sure there's videos of some of those flights on this channel, where you'll see me doing that. Let's see what else I can find out about this bridge as we're flying down. There's not really a lot to say. It's, yeah, there's lots of information about how tall it is. It's 1,000 metres above ground, it's 50 metres below ground. Sorry, 500 metres below ground. Yeah, not much more to say than we've already discussed. But it is a really nice looking bridge, and yeah, it's hard to beat the bridges over the Forth. But it's a really nice bridge. As I've said before, we're doing landmark hunting in Japan today, so let's get back on course to landmark 3, which will be approximately another 24 minutes before we get there. So again, if you want to discuss anything whilst we're en route, let me know. Tell me where you're going on holiday this year, and we can do live streams between now and the time that I go to Japan, where you're going on holiday. So maybe you can see that from the sky, and we can look at landmarks in that area and discuss it. Ask me questions. Are you planning on going to Japan this year or next year? Ask me questions about my planning and things like this. As I say, I'm not going to kind of volunteer that information in this stream, because we are going to do a dedicated live stream to to discuss everything that we're doing in Japan. I would love to be able to answer that question, Stuart. Unfortunately, my VFR map doesn't tell me. I could kind of try to match it up on Google Maps and see if I can guesstimate it for you. I didn't take a note when I was setting it up, but by the looks of things, it's going to be Himeji Castle. So it's Himeji Castle. I'll put it in the chat. Oh, sorry if that was a clanging sound. So yeah, matching up the user 3 USR03 on the VFR map top right with Google Maps suggests that it's going to be Himeji Castle. So it looks like this was a castle built circa 1613, known for its white facade plus towers, moats, passageways and cherry trees. I will go to a website to find further information about that before we get there in approximately 20 minutes or so. But yeah, there are several. We took a sampling of landmarks between the cities that we'll be visiting in Japan. So we started in Hiroshima and we're working our way up to Tokyo. We're actually going to fly into Tokyo, get the bullet train, well, stay there for about a week, then get the bullet train down to Hiroshima and then work our way back up over the following 3 weeks back to Tokyo before we travel home. And so I thought what would be nice to do on this live stream would be to fly from Hiroshima up to Tokyo, flying over landmarks along the way, things that we will go and see, and potentially drop some knowledge about cities and landmarks and things, talk about some activities we might be planning in those areas and things like that on this stream. So I said it when we planned this flight just at the start of the stream there. It was forecast about 2.5 hours, but because we're going to go back and fly over them slower and things like this, I just realised I'm still in slow flight. I can actually speed us up. Take the flaps out, back up to about 80%, and that'll actually get us there faster. Well, it shouldn't take us 20 minutes at that point. Much as we were enjoying I'm sure we're all enjoying the slow flight over the landscape, I'd completely forgotten to take us out of slow flight. So, Himeji Castle is not too far from Osaka, and Osaka is one of the locations we're going to be staying in. So, it's not currently on our list of things to do, but our Osaka and Kyoto schedule is still somewhat sparse. So, there is a chance we will go to Himeji Castle, yes. But it's not currently on our schedule. Really, our schedule right now, we've kind of been focusing on Tokyo. So Tokyo's kind of full, if anything, bursting at the seams with things that we're doing. That's 1:15, so let's switch the fuel tank. So yeah, we've got bursting at the seams Tokyo, bursting at the seams Hiroshima. Osaka's pretty full, but Kyoto's open. So yeah, from Kyoto we could get the bullet train down to Himeji and have a look at it. We're definitely going to Osaka Castle in Osaka. So we'll go and look at Osaka Castle. And yeah, lots of food and things like this. It's currently in my Osaka. There's a street food place we want to go to called Rikuro Oji-san's cheesecake. It's a very popular and famous cheesecake from Japan. So, good question. Sure, you missed that. We were talking about that earlier. So the recommendation when you're a student pilot is to swap the tanks every 10 minutes or so. I generally do 15 minutes because I find that easier to follow. Again, just looking at my watch, I can go, okay, it's a quarter hour past. So I switch the tanks every 15 minutes or so. And yeah, when I'm referring to time in this stream, I will be talking about time in Zulu time, which is how pilots speak. So Zulu time versus the GMT right now is -1 hour. So right now it would be 9:17 p.m. Zulu time. And this is where all aircraft and all pilots, when they're flying over the world, use Zulu time. I don't know if they deliver. I know they have, they do the cheesecake in, I think there's other shops like in Osaka Station. I think they have some there, if you can't get to the shop and buy one fresh. I don't think you'll be able to deliver it to wherever you are. So, yeah, unless you're in Japan and in Osaka, I don't think you're getting it delivered. But you might be able to get it delivered in Osaka if you are there. So yeah, welcome to anyone new who's watching, and please don't forget to give the stream a like and share it. Sharing it really helps the stream get more attention from YouTube and then more viewers on YouTube as well. Let's see our new estimated time en route now that we've sped up a bit. So we've got 11 minutes en route, 11 minutes 44 en route. Again, if you're just joining the stream now, you'll see that there's 4 pink numbers at the top of the navigation display. The 4th number, ETE, estimated time en route, is the time between our current location and the next waymark on the GPS flight plan, which is obviously our next point of interest. You can refer to that against the VFR map, top right of the screen, USR 03, and I believe that's going to be Himeji Castle. As I said, we've currently got no plans to actually go here on our trip, but there is gaps in our Kyoto schedule where we may plug them with a trip out to Himeji. We are certainly planning at least 1 day, if not 2 days, out to Nikko. Yes, we are going to Nikko. We're going to Nikko from Tokyo. Sorry, Nara is what I meant to say. So from Kyoto, we'll do day trips to Nara. There's quite a lot of stuff there, temples and shrines to see. I didn't see anything in Flight Sim over Nara, and again, I can only show you in Flight Sim locations that they've added into the game as points of interest for me to show you. So we can try to fly over Nara and see if there's anything there, but if not, then you can Google it, I guess, and see that there. Or again, if we get to 1,000 subscribers, we'll do live streams in Japan, and we can do one from Nara and show you what we're seeing when we are there. And again, as I mentioned, any other plane that you see, such as Kerbis Skater, flying a DA-62 at 12 feet, wow, he must be touching the water, is another live player in the game. So it's not a live real aircraft because we're not flying with live traffic, but it is a live player really playing the game right now, controlling it. So it's not a simulated plane. That's an actual live player flying right there with us right now. Asking why Japan? Why Japan? I'm guessing why Japan for my holiday, not why Japan for the live stream, because the reason for Japan in the live stream today is because of my holiday. We were so we planned to go 3 years ago for my 30th birthday, when I was turning 30, and it got cancelled about 3 weeks beforehand because of the pandemic and COVID. But why did we want to go to Japan specifically? I've travelled a reasonable amount in my life, and I found that a lot of the European countries, things that you go to, they're all the same. They're all pretty much the same as the UK these days. People are going to get upset at me when I say that, but you know, it's the same shops, it's the same McDonald's in every corner, Starbucks in every corner, you know, the same shops in the high street. It just feels like being at home when I go on holiday to a lot of places, and I wanted to go somewhere where the culture was somewhat significantly different from the UK, whilst also being safe, because I've been to some dangerous countries as well, and I didn't really fancy doing that for my holiday. So yeah, Japan, really because I wanted to experience a new culture. I wanted to force myself out of my comfort zone, force myself to embrace another culture, and really, yeah, eat foods I wouldn't eat in the UK. I'm really trying not to be stereotypical against Japan, but like again, I want to use chopsticks, right? And I don't want to be stereotypical about that, right? But yeah, that's the kind of thing I want to be doing. That I want to be eating, you know, sushi and ramen, and you know, drink green tea. I don't even like tea and coffee, right? But I will force myself to at least drink green tea once. Maybe I'll even do that on the live stream so you can have a laugh about that. Yeah, well, I would push myself out of my comfort zone, and that's the prime reason. And I feel that Japan is one of the last remaining safe countries that you can go to that hasn't been completely commercialized by the West yet, but it is getting there. There are Starbucks in some of the major train stations now. There are McDonald's in some of the major cities, but I you know, we're going to try our best not to eat quote unquote Western food. We want to eat Japanese food when we're there, and really, you know, as far as possible, whilst being in the most tourist areas of Japan, because we're not really going out to the rural, real quote unquote parts of Japan. We are going to do our best to, you know, respect the culture and get involved. So I hope that answers that question. So once again, it's probably been about another 10 minutes or so. Please do subscribe to the channel. We are trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Please do like and share the stream in any social media you have. And if you are thinking about switching off, go to any device you've got. Don't switch off. Come back onto this stream, put it on silent, and leave it running so that you can help me get my watch time up as well. That'd be really appreciated. So please, even if you're going to bed or you're going to go watch something else on your primary device, go ahead and leave the stream on a secondary device just to help me out. That'd be great. I think they eat rice with their fingers. They will take you right out of your comfort zone. Yeah, so they don't eat rice with their fingers. They eat sushi and sashimi with their fingers. Although a lot of Westerners will eat it with. Start slowing down as we're getting close to our landmark, and I'll finish my thought there. So start slowing down, engaging the flaps. They eat sushi and sashimi with their fingers, which is obviously rice with meat on top of it or something on top of it. So you can get cheese and egg as well on top of sashimi. So they do eat that with their fingers, and yeah, that would be strange for me because I don't like eating with my fingers. But rice is typically, a bowl is eaten, it's like sticky rice, and it is eaten with chopsticks. But you also do slurp, so it's okay to take the bowl and stick it in your face and shove the rice into your face with the chopsticks and things like that as well. So yeah, then thankfully I can use chopsticks. and I've been training Daniela on how to do it as well, and she's been practicing. Because whilst most restaurants will give you a fork and will offer a fork option in the major cities like Tokyo, when you get down to other cities or you go into more rural streets, like so off the kind of tourist trap areas of even these major cities, the restaurants there typically will only offer chopsticks, and so you either have to bring your own knife and fork, which can be embarrassing but also funny, or you have to learn to use chopsticks. So we are approaching about 5 minutes away, because I've slowed us down, but we're about 5 minutes away from Landmark 3, which, as I say, I believe will be Himeji Castle. So, assuming it is, I have looked up some information. Himeji Castle is located in the Hyogo prefecture of Japan. It has 83 rooms, and it was originally built as part of an advanced defensive system in the feudal period. The castle is frequently known as Hakurojo, or the White Heron Castle, because of its brilliant white exterior and supposed to resemble a bird taking flight. It's been dated to 1333, when it was built as a fort on top of Himeyama Hill, and the fort was dismantled and rebuilt as Himeji Castle in 1346, and then remodeled again into Himeji Castle 2 centuries later. Himeji Castle was then significantly remodeled in 1581, again, but added a 3-story castle keep, and in 1600 awarded the castle to Ikeda Terumasa for his help in the Battle of Sekigahara. Again, they rebuilt the castle in 1601 to 1609, expanding it into a large castle complex with several buildings later added in 1617 to 1618, and for almost 700 years now Himeji Castle has remained intact, even through the bombing of Himeji in World War II and the natural disasters such as 1995's Great Hanshin earthquake. It's also the largest and most visited castle in Japan, and was registered in 1993 as one of the first UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Japan. So you can see on the left the city of Himeji. In fact, let's come off autopilot and go over there for a second. It's being flagged as being over there, but I believe everything we're looking at, everything we're flying over is Himeji, and that prefecture that I mentioned before in the Hyogo prefecture. I'm saying all of this wrong, and I apologize to anybody. So, as you heard there, that's autopilot, not autopilot, it's air traffic control calling out to one of the other live pilots in the simulator right now. So that wasn't to me telling him to descend and change his altitude. That might be that A20 there. EV Gen pilot flying an A20N, so it's an Airbus A320 Neo at 10,000 feet. No, it can't be him because he's too low. There must be somebody else, but I can't see him. So Himeji is actually very close to Kobe, which many of you might have heard in reference to Kobe beef, which is a special kind of very fatty beef that comes from Kobe in Japan. That's near where we are now. So Kobe is just a little bit further to the east of Japan than where we are now in Himeji. And yes, we plan to experience some Kobe beef whilst we're in Japan as well. So this is Himeji. and there wasn't really much to see, but I thought I'd go over there anyway. And now we'll fly over to the castle. I'll just manually fly over. So, Himeji Castle, as you'll start seeing popping up just ahead of us. Let's descend a little bit.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango contact Kansai approach on 121.15. Good day.
We're at 1/2 so I will
Nippon Cargo 228 descend and maintain flight level tree 60.
change fuel again.
Kansai approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 1,400 feet.
It's interesting how Himeji was flagged twice. It was flagged as the top of that hill, and now it's flagged also as past the castle. So that is interesting. So I'm just coming down, we're coming down now. As you see, we've got about rate of descent of, well, it's increasing now, about 800 feet per minute. We just broke the 1,000 feet altitude marker, and we're going to, Himeji Castle is there, on our left. I will get closer, but let's just do a flyby first. So as you can see, it's not just the castle, there's a complex around it as well. That was probably chancing it. Trying to get a top-down view. Oh, more power returning.
Going to 12.
If I'm not talking so much as I'm doing these maneuvers, it's because, as I say, I'm flying with realism on max, so this aircraft's going to give me nothing. It's not going to give me any niceties. So I'm trying to give you the best view whilst actually flying this plane and not stalling. Himeji Castle, ladies and gentlemen. Landmark 3. Sorry, that was a stall. That was that beeping there is a stall. I'll always drop out of any views for you when I'm trying to guard against a stall, because stall is what makes you crash and die, and everybody has a bad day at that point.
121.15 for Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Kansai approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 900 feet.
Yeah, so it's a tourist attraction now, but yes, well for it, and it was a fort originally. So yeah, it's quite cool, and because it is the most visited place in Japan, yeah, I'm being convinced actually now that I'm seeing it here in Flight Sim again, that I do actually want to come and see it. So I may have to put this onto our schedule. Okay, Himeji Castle, landmark number 3. Let's go for number 4. And I won't forget to come out of slow flight this time. Now the next landmarks are a lot closer together. Again, I can't honestly tell you what they are until we get closer to them. But when we do, I will look them up for you and I will get some information. So our estimated time en route, 8 minutes 47 seconds to our next landmark. And if I look at it and go, okay, it's on the edge of that peak there, I can try to map that in on... In fact, that is in Kobe. That landmark, whatever it is in Kobe. So that's the area we're talking about. I don't think it's going to be Ravimana. Ravimana is a wedding venue off an island in Kobe. Sorry, I'm just trying to map what we're seeing to a location on Google Maps, so apologies you're not seeing outside just now. Oh, maybe it's that. What's that? Maybe it's Wadamiski Battery, but it might not be. So I'm not going to promise what it is until I can see it popping up on the screen, but I do have the area up on Google Maps, and as I say, it's in Kobe. So I say Kobe, most famous for their beef, signature marbled beef, and scenic setting of mountains framing the harbour, and Ikuta Shrine dating to the 3rd century. It's among Japan's oldest Shinto shrines, has antique cable cars which connect Kobe to Mount Roko, which offers a panoramic view over the port. Beyond Mount Roko hills are the outdoor hot springs of Arima Onsen. We are looking at doing onsens, but our onsens will likely be in Osaka. Or potentially in Hakone, which is near Mount Fuji. Or Hakone, I think it's pronounced. We are getting a bit over speed, so I'm just going to throttle back a little bit. Pilot view. So, just having a quick check on our systems. GPS is good, autopilot's good, altitude's good. Temperatures and pressures are all good, RPM's good. Yeah, everything is fine, and we won't reset fuel for another 5 minutes. Which will be just as we're approaching whatever this landmark turns out to be. So I'm interested, during these live streams, if there's periods where I'm not talking, would my viewers like me to have background music, even if it's just quiet? Would you prefer it just to be silent so you can hear the engine sounds? Do you want me just to ramble on and just speak rubbish and not be quiet? Sometimes I have to be quiet if I'm programming things into the autopilot and such, but I'm just interested if the airplane sounds are soothing enough for you, or if you'd like me to get some non- or royalty-free music to play in the background when I'm quieter. I'm also considering doing the whole green screen thing where you can see me in future streams as well, so you'll be able to see me on my camera with cut out like you see on those kind of pro streamers, so green screened and everything else. So I'll be doing that on some future stream, not necessarily the next one, but something I will be doing for future streams. Soft Japanese music. I can't promise that, because if I select Japanese music, it might have royalties. But I can have a look. I use a tool for my royalty-free music called Pretzel, Pretzel. And anything you use from Pretzel is royalty-free. So I will see what options there are there in terms of appropriate to where we're flying. That's probably a good way to do it. 3 minutes away, I'm still not seeing what it's called. I can see the dot ahead of us, and I can see there's 2 other pilots flying in this area. A B788, a B788 and an A20N. So we should hear air traffic. Oh, there's another one, Junzi, flying a B748 at 31,000. So there's a number of people who are flying in this area of Japan, potentially flying into Osaka, maybe, if he's descending now. Those further ahead of me are more likely going to be routed into Tokyo, either Haneda or Narita. We're flying into Narita ourselves on this flight because we did Haneda on the last flight. So yeah, these are all other pilots in the simulator. Not real life planes because I've not got live traffic turned on, but they are other pilots flying. So if you know any of these people, give them a shout out, tell them our stream is on and that they are live on YouTube. That'd be kind of cool. Anybody who's come to the stream and hasn't liked yet, please smash that like button, as they say. Subscribe, share with your friends. We are trying to get to 1,000 subscribers ahead of my trip to Japan at the end of August. Okay, I'm going to head us into slow flight in about 30 seconds to approach whatever this point of interest is. Give me a chance to find some information on it. And yeah, I will look into soft music for next time. And my camera. Now people can tell me if that's scary, if they don't want to see me on camera, and they're like, no, don't go on camera. We just want to see the plane, we don't want to see you, that's fine too. I'll only be mildly offended. Oh, it's Kobe Tower. Okay. Kobe Tower. Let's see what I can find out about that. Interesting that didn't come up. Kobe Tower. There we go, I found it. Kobe Tower is a decorative tower reaching 108 meters and featuring an observation deck with panoramic city views. Let's see what Wikipedia says about it. So, as previously, we'll do a flyby whilst I'm doing some googling, and then we'll come off autopilot, and I'll loop back around and go lower so you can see it properly. Kobe Tower, interestingly enough, doesn't. Oh, it does. Kobe Port Tower is what it's called in Wikipedia. Kobe Port Tower was designed by Nikon Seki Company and was completed in 1963. The maintenance of the whole facility began since November 2009, and the Kobe Port Tower was closed to the public since 12th January 2010. So you can't go and see it. It was renovated and reopened, to the public in March 2010. But Kobe Tower completes the installation of 7,000 light-emitting diodes, lighting equipment with 40 lighting effects, starting from the reopening date of 28th of April 2010. The facility was once again closed to the public. Oh, so it's closed again. This is like, I'm having a roller coaster of emotions here, guys. Closed again to the public since 27th of September 2021 for renovation and seismic retrofitting. It is stated to reopen by 2023, so it hasn't been updated, so I'm guessing it hasn't reopened yet. So Kobe Tower is this big red tower here, Kobe Port Tower. Lots of lights on it, lots of lighting effects. Probably going to offend anybody from Japan who may be watching to say it's probably similar to Blackpool Tower. In terms of the lighting effects. But it's also red. So Blackpool Tower is red, Kobe Tower is red. I'm not saying all red things are the same, but they might be similar. Okay, gonna be a bit quieter now because I need to fly manually. Kobe Tower, our 4th point of interest on this landmark tour of Japan. That's what we call a close call. But I wanted to get you that over the top view. One more round, and then we will call that a landmark. I'm trying to get the planes not on the way. Maybe I have to go left. Let's try left. Oh, sorry. Did not mean to pause the flight. That's not super realistic. You can't do that in real life where somebody asks. You can't pause flights in reality. That's me hitting the wrong buttons on my joystick as I'm trying to do too many things at once. Manage a live stream, fly manually, and show you points of interesting landmarks in Japan. Kobe Tower, landmark number 4. I should ask, it's probably a bit late now, but if somebody, some kind person, would like to take timestamps for me of when we get to these landmarks, that would be really cool. And then I can put that on the replay for people to skip to the landmarks if they want to watch it back later. Let's go for the next one. So if somebody wants to go back to the DVR even, you can scroll back and make a note of the timestamps. I'm not saying you have to, but it'd be really nice if someone did this for me. Where we were approaching or got to the different landmarks, that'd be kind of cool. And then at the end, put them in as a comment or something against the live stream recording. We're now heading off to landmark 5, which is approximately 11 minutes away. It'll be faster than that because we are speeding back up and getting back to our cruising altitude, which is currently 1,500 feet. Ooh, nobody called out fuel change. That's something else you guys can call out. Every 15 minutes, if you want, put in the chat, fuel change. So 1/4 past, 1/2, 1/2 and on the hour. Don't know why I said it that way. Go ahead and call out in the chat. If I miss it, call out in the chat, fuel change. And okay, throttle back a bit. 8 minutes to landmark 5. Which, again, I'm going to try to guess what it is, so next time I'll make a note as we put it in, but there are some areas that have multiple landmarks, and I just picked one in the area. If I do see others, we'll go over several of them in the area. We won't just go to the one. So if I do see others that are nearby, when we're flying, we'll go to them all. So it's gonna be something in Osaka. It's likely it might be Osaka Castle, but I don't want to promise that, which is one we're definitely going to. Well, on our trip we're definitely going to Osaka Castle, but I can't promise that it is Osaka Castle. If we see Osaka Castle on the way pop up, and it's not on our flight plan, we will go to Osaka Castle. What we could do is try to find Kansai International Airport as well. Let's do that. Let's do a little bit of a diversion and see if we can find Kansai International Airport. Maybe it'll be fun to do a bit of a touch and go or something there. So Kansai International Airport should be to our right.
for Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Kansai approach Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango 1,300 feet. Kansai Tower Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango is 15 miles northeast 1,300 feet with Charlie to land.
No, we're not landing. I want to touch and go.
Make straight in runway 24 right Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Kansai Tower Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango 1,200 feet for touch and go. Fly straight in runway 24 right Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So, my clearance is runway 24 right, straight in. For touch and go. Touch and go means we will land, we will full throttle, take off, and fly off again. Can I do a barrel roll whilst landing? Not whilst landing. In fact, I don't even know if I can do a barrel roll during this flight because, as I say, I'm doing full realistic flying on this one, Arthur. So the plane might not withstand that level of abuse in full realism. But I might give it a go just for you after we do this touch and go. I need to find this airport first. So, according to Google Maps, it should be sticking out in the water. Somewhere down here. This is what happens when you do impromptu diversions for touch and goes. Okay, RJBB. So RJBB, as we are seeing on the VFR map, that's where we're heading. And I have clearance for touch and go on runway 24 right. So runway 24 means that my magnetic compass will read 240, so 240 degrees, as I am flying towards the runway to land. I don't... People want me to overstress this aircraft.
Touch and go runway 24 right Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango.
There we go, I've got my clearance for my touch and go now. So, people want me to crash this aircraft. And I'll say, if I overstress the aircraft, I will restart the flight from wherever the overstress happened. I'm not going to start back again from Hiroshima, and we will continue the flight, you know. So it's a bit of fun. End of the day, we're having some fun. So I'm looking for 24 right. I see one runway, but it's on the left of the airport. I don't see a second runway. I'm assuming the second runway will be on the right of the airport, so I'm going to fly over to the right hand side. I think I have it in sight now. So if you are watching, please do like the stream. We've got, excuse me, 7 concurrent viewers and 5 likes. That means 2 of you haven't liked the stream. Please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. It does help get us more visibility within YouTube. This will be runway 24 right here. So we'll start getting set up for our touch and go. If you look at the 4 lights on the left of the runway, 2 should be white and 2 should be red if you are at the correct glide slope for coming in to land. More whites than red, too high. More red than white, too low. More white than red is okay, because you can always come down. More red than white, not so good. You'll hit the ground before you actually want to. So that's not great. You don't want to do that. That's the inner marker beeping. Not any problem. That's not a problem. That's just the inner marker telling me that we're getting close to the runway. So let's touch. There we go. As soon as we touch, flaps to stage 2. Full throttle, because we're touch and go on this one. Line up. Rotate. And we're up. Gear up. Flaps up. And autopilot back on. And there we go, touch and go at Kansai International Airport. Well done, somebody called out fuel. At 10 p.m. Zulu. 10 p.m. Zulu is GMT 11 p.m.
touch and go runway 24 right Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango.
And for those interested, Kansai International Airport was proposed in 1960 as a way to increase trade in the Kansai region of Tokyo. To Tokyo. Construction started in 1987 and finished in 4th of September 1994. It was then struck on the 17th of January 1995. It was struck by the Great Hanshin earthquake and had to be rebuilt. So it reopened on the 22nd of September 1998. If people really want me to see me do a barrel roll, I'm going to have to climb. So let's go up for about 6,000 feet.
Kansai Tower Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango, cancel landing intention. Kansai approach Beechcraft Gulf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, is type Beechcraft, be 36 8 miles northeast of Kansai, 2,600 feet. Request flight following. Squawk 5522 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Roger Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango.
I'm sure the people of Osaka are going to just be delighted that I'm going to barrel roll right over their city. And not over the water. But that's just how it goes.
To 120.45 Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango. Kansai approach Beechcraft Gulf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 5,000 feet.
So we're flying over Osaka now. Or we're about to be. And at 6,000 feet, we'll do a barrel roll, or we'll attempt to. If this overstretches the aircraft, we will restart this flight from Kansai International Airport. Because I'm a crowd pleaser, and I want to do things to please the crowd. But because of the hyper-realism I have on, this might overstress this aircraft. Here we go. One barrel roll. How was that? sideways. We can try doing over the top one. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Plane did not want to do that. Try one more time.
Tree decimal 5, Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Tokyo Center Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 5,300 feet.
There we go.
120 decimal
There was your
45,
loop-de-loop for you as
Charlie
well.
Oscar Tango. Kansai approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 4,100 feet.
Yeah, I'm not going to do any more because I don't want to overstress the aircraft. We can come back down a little bit now. I don't need to be up at 6,000 feet. So I'll go down about 2.5 because I'm not sure how high those mountains are. Barrell-Roll IRL over London. No, I don't think I want to end up on that list. Thank you very much. Yeah, but it might cost me my job, ending up with a criminal record. We'll put GPS flight tracking back on, and we'll head over to user 5. Next landmark 5. Anyone working who is unable to chat, all you have to do to be able to chat is subscribe to the channel, and that will unlock the chat for you. Costs you nothing but a click to the subscribe button. How do you determine optimal flight altitude? Well, I'm kind of just spitballing it for the live stream. In reality, what you would do is you would plan a flight route on a map, obviously an aviation map, and you would find the highest point along that map, and then you would add a safety buffer of 1,500 feet, and that would be your minimum safe altitude for flying that route. And so that's the altitude you would ask from air traffic control when you're requesting clearances. It's 1,500 feet above the highest point on your route for a general aviation aircraft. For commercial aircraft, it is to do with the fuel efficiency of the aircraft, and depending on which altitude the aircraft gets the best efficiency versus the fuel that it has. So what you may not know is that as you fly on long haul flights, the plane actually climbs almost constantly throughout the whole flight. So you might start off at 30,000 feet with all your fuel, and as you have less fuel and you're burning it throughout the flight, it's more efficient for that plane to fly at a higher altitude, and so you would get clearances up to higher altitudes at that time. There are airways in the sky that you have to fly along, depending on the time of day and where you're flying, and they are separated in 2,000 feet increments. So you would be given an altitude to fly depending on the direction you're flying, and the amount of fuel you have and your aircraft specification, within a 2,000 feet increment for commercial aircraft. But for Flight Sim, and I'm trying to just show you you all some cool points of interest, I'm just kind of spitballing it. Seconds for my point of interest. Really? What is it? Is it just Horyu-Ji? It's just a town, or is it something? I don't know what this is. Horyu-Ji. Okay. I'll have to find out what this is. Hold on. Bear with me. Oh, that's not what I thought it was anyway. It's a temple. Horyu-Ji Temple. It's a Buddhist temple. It was believed to have been first completed by 607 dedicated Buddhas. Excavations were done in the 1939, and the temple was rebuilt in 1603 and repaired. I will go back now and show you it. Because there's mountains on a right orbit, I'll do left orbits around this temple. Yeah, left orbits. So you see it coming down the left of the screen? Thank you for the fuel reminder. Somebody's on the ball tonight. Not the pilot. I think the problem is when we get to the fuel times is when I'm typically doing the manual flying. Horyu-Ji Temple. Once more. don't think we'll call that a landmark. Upwards, upwards. Let's see if there's anything else nearby here that's worth having a look at. We've gone past Osaka now. So, I'm guessing Osaka Temple was not one of the landmarks that was available to us. So we're doing a climbing orbit to our cruising altitude, which is now 2,500 feet. And then we'll be on our way to landmark number 6. Let's swap that fuel. Stuart. Be the fuel guy. Oh, I thought Stuart said that. I thought Stuart was like, you wanted a nickname, Stuart the Fuel Guy. That's quite a cool name actually. Stuart the Fuel Guy. So we are on our way. Our estimated time en route, because we're going too slow, is quite a lot of time. But that will change once we get up to altitude. It's currently saying 1 hour and 2 minutes, but I think it'll come down to less than that. Grandmaster Fuel Guy. Okay, I can dig it. I'll see if there are other landmarks on the way. Oh, so now you can see Anna 985. I'm gonna guess a woman for reasons. Flying at 6,000 feet. You can actually see. Maybe I'll zoom in a bit because maybe you can't on the stream, but you can see that plane flying at 6,000 feet. Fairly close to me. And that's another pilot in the simulator. So the skies over Osaka and Kyoto are quite busy. But let's, because it is going to be quite a long time en route, let's see what other landmarks we can find. So there's Nara there on the left. Let's go have a look and see if there's any actual in-game points of interest created for Nara, or if it's just a generic city. There might not be any points of interest actually created for it, but this is I don't want to give false information, but I think Nara used to be, it was a very important city, if not the capital before Tokyo. Yes, the capital city of Nara Prefecture, Japan. As of 2022, Nara has an estimated population of 367,353. Nara was the capital of Japan during the Nara period from 710 to 794 as the seat of the emperor before the capital was moved to Kyoto, which happened before the capital moved to Tokyo. See, I have some knowledge. Thank you, Stuart. Stuart's doing the Wikipedia for us as well. I think Stuart's angling to be a moderator on the channel. There seems to be some sort of sports centre or something there, but that's not the points of interest that we're interested in. As I say, I can only show you the points of interest that Asobo and Microsoft have put into the game, and it doesn't look like they have it doesn't look like they've put any of the temples or anything in around the Nara region, unfortunately. So we will continue back on our flight plan. Yeah, so I'll explain the fuel thing for anybody who joined us late. Stuart's giving me the weather now, sorry. In Nara, I guess. Just cool. Interestingly, again, I don't get it. It said Nara where I was, and now it's saying Nara's 5 kilometers ahead of me, so maybe it's all Nara, maybe it's not, I don't know. But we'll see if there's any temple or anything there. The fuel thing. So, in small aircrafts like this, there's no... The fuel in all aircrafts, most aircrafts, is stored inside the wings of the aircraft. On commercial aircraft, the fuel goes to a dual pump and therefore is taken evenly out of both wings at the same time as you fly along. On small aircraft, it doesn't have a dual pump, so you have to select which wing you want the fuel to come out of. And what you would not want is to empty one wing and then switch to the other wing, because you would have one wing that's more heavy than the other by too large of a margin, which would make the plane unstable and very difficult to fly. There is something here. I'll fly over this and see what's here. So what we do is every 15 minutes we switch the fuel tank where the fuel's coming from, which is the wing that the fuel is coming from, and that keeps the plane in balance. And keeps it easier to fly and safe and everything for everybody. And it's because the plane doesn't have dual fuel pump. So again, I'm not seeing any temples or anything, but there was a building there in Nara with a helipad, which I thought was quite specific, so maybe that is something important to go and have a look at. So I don't know what this building is. It looks like it's a generic building, but the helipad probably came from Google Maps, or it would be Bing Maps, I guess, because it's Microsoft. And all of this landscape here, everything that you're seeing, is taken from satellite imagery of the real Earth, and then AI is used to generate as close to a real life Earth as possible from the satellite imagery. They also use maps with information about heights of mountains and things like that, and specific landmarks do get buildings created specifically for the game for points of interest for me to do flights like what I'm doing. But that building is super generic, so not particularly interesting. But yeah, there's loads of people flying. Sky 100, Anna 986, JAL 2241, Laird Not 5524, E28 Power. These are all live pilots flying in the simulator at the same time as we are. So not real live pilots flying real planes. We've turned off that live traffic tonight so that we can set the weather. Otherwise you have to fly with real life weather as well, to then have real life aircraft brought into the simulation as well. So you would see actual British Airways and KLM and whatever else airline flights in the simulator if you were full real life. But I wanted a nice clear day for the landmark tour. Xi's Sanitarium. You know Xi's in China, right? Not Japan. Or maybe you're talking about something else. So let's see our estimated time en route to landmark number 6. It's going to be 49 minutes,
133.5, Beechcraft Charlie Oscar
roughly,
Tango.
to the next landmark.
Tokyo Center Beechcraft
If we see
Golf
things on the route,
Sierra
as I
Charlie
say,
Oscar
we will
Tango,
go and we'll deviate
2,000
off
feet.
to them and see what's there, because 49 minutes is a long time. to just fly over the beautiful landscape of Japan. Might be fun to watch this way and see what the other pilots are doing. So the other pilots, you do see their altitude, you'll see what type of plane they're flying, and their username as well. So that's their Xbox usernames if you want to. If anybody wants to jump on Xbox and tell them that they're live on YouTube, be my guest. I might try and see if I can log into Pretzel, see if I can add some music whilst we're cruising. Again, any questions about my trip to Japan, any questions about the channel? I know I haven't been uploading videos for a little while. I'll answer those. If you want to tell me where you're going on holiday this year, we can plan live streams over where you're going on holiday this year, and we can have a chat about where you're going on holiday. I don't think I've said it for 5 minutes, so please like, subscribe and share the stream. We are trying to get to 1,000 subs by the end of August when I'm going to Japan. It's getting quite hot in here. This game does use quite a lot of computer power, so the room gets warm. I'm going to just open the window a little bit. thank you for the fuel reminder. We don't mind political jokes on this channel. It's all good. I try not to be overly political, but I'm not bothered by it. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out why Pretzel's not letting me log in. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere. Because I'm on the keto diet or something, and there's too many carbs in a pretzel. Alright, thank you, Stuart. Again, if you can, please leave some device watching. If not, I appreciate you taking the time to watch. And what was it? Grandmaster Fuel Guy. Let's give you an outside view, and we'll just start descending a little bit now over these mountains. I climbed as we were approaching the mountains. Now we can descend.
119.175 for Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
And I'll say I'm being relatively quiet because I'm trying to figure out how to get you some music. It looks like Pretzel's changed their model, which is probably why. Again, I haven't live streamed in a while. So things have changed. What is that capturing? It's capturing the output to my headset. Okay, so that should work if I add some music in. Question from Arthur. Any way to see the fuel in each wing? Yes, there is. If I go into the internal, and we look at, so this is what we call the primary flight display. This is the one in front of the captain. And then we have the navigation display. If you look at, on the left hand side, you'll see the two sort of semicircles. So you've got the manifold in and the RPM, and then if you go all the way to the bottom of all those different meters, the fuel quantity in gallons, you'll see an R and an L. So you can see here that the right tank has more fuel than the left tank, so really we should be on the right tank right now trying to balance that out. So let me see where we are, which tank we're on. We are on the right tank. So you can see it by the fuel indicator here. The fuel indicator is pointing to the right main tank, and if it was pointing that way, it'd be the left main tank. And so, yes, good question, great question, and that's how you see the fuel in each tank. You look at it in the navigation display on the bottom left. I need YouTube safe music. Settings, channel ID. So Pretzel apparently has changed their stuff. I've been cleared for YouTube safe music. So now let's see what I can find. Let's try some ambient music first and see what people think. Maybe not that one. I don't like this too much. Let's see what else we got. That feels more chilled out. Make it a bit quieter. Let me know what you think of the music. Yeah, it's a good idea, Arthur. I'll do that. I will record some tutorials. I enjoy creating educational content. I don't know how much of my channel you've seen, but over the years I've done educational content on a number of things. Video editing, flying drones, water fasting. There are some videos of me actually flying real planes, again, earlier in the channel, so go back and look at those. But I don't discuss what I'm doing or how to do it. But yeah, I can absolutely do some tutorials on the flight simulator game, simulator, whatever, you know. Not a problem at all. We can do that. But let me know what you think of this music. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? And I'd say this is royalty-free music from a service called Pretzel Rocks. So play.pretzel.rocks is the website, and it's royalty-free music. So something for you to listen to whilst we're on this leg of the journey. There's an airport there, RJGG. Why don't we see if we can get permission to do a touch and go at it?
Centrair Tower Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango is 3 miles northwest, 2,700 feet with Oscar to land.
I'm going to turn him off a second. I don't need the flight assistant doing that.
Make left downwind runway tree 6 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So it might be somebody covered on that runway. We're going to request touch and go.
Centrair Tower Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango.
And you'll see that I've turned off the co-pilot. connect left traffic. Runway 36. Okay. Autopilot off. Let's go do a left traffic touch and go. You'll notice I turned off the first officer doing the comms for me there for a second because I'm getting sick of him. Oops, sorry. Yes, to answer your can you save and load, yes. So as I've just hit the pause button there, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, there's a load and save button. So yes, you can save your position. And then resume from that point, which perhaps I should have done before I did the barrel roll. But yeah, I've turned off my my helper just now.
Fly left traffic runway tree, 6 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So, flying a left traffic means that all the turns in the traffic pattern for this runway will be left. So the runway will be on my left as I'm downwind, so I'm just joining downwind now. For runway 360, is it 360? Yeah, runway 36. So runway 36 will have I will be pointing on my magnetic compass, will be pointing at 360 as I come to land, and a left traffic is a left traffic pattern where you basically fly a rectangle around the runway, and left is the direction of your turns in the traffic pattern. So I'm now left downwind runway 36 for touch and go would be my call. So what we're doing now in the traffic pattern, you can actually see someone's taking off. They're on the runway and they're taking off. So the runway is busy. You can watch them take off, that's kind of cool. So to fly the traffic pattern, what you do is you'd fly downwind until the runway is roughly 45 degrees from the back of your plane, if you want to think about it that way. And then you start your base turn at that point and start introducing flaps, reducing the throttle, yada yada. So we're not quite there yet. Just as the runway escapes behind our view, that's going to be approximately 45 degrees. So what we'll do is we'll introduce the first stage of flap, throttle down, and make our turn onto base. Now we're just checking. We're checking on final, which is left to right on the runway. Straight onto it. We're just checking left and right to make sure nobody else is on final and that it's going to get in our way. Nobody's going to cause us any problems. And we're now on base. First stage of flaps. And there again, about there, just as your wing's about to touch the runway, start making your turn to final and bring out your wheels. So lower the landing gear, which we've now done. I've got buttons on my stick for all of this, by the way, so that's why you're not seeing me go down and pulling the buttons. I overshot that a little bit, but that's fine. We'll come back in. So now you see 4 reds. We're too low. So we'll climb a little bit. Thank you, Arthur. Thank you for joining. We'll see you in 30 minutes, and I will keep an eye on fuel. Thank you. That's a good call out. Go, we're down, flaps up, full throttle. Oh, overrunnered there a bit too much. Full throttle, and we will touch and go. Up, up and away. Pause it for the climb, gear up. Flaps up. I know this is a long en route to the next point of interest, so I want to keep it interesting with touch and goes and things like that as well. And we're going to leave it on right just now actually, the fuel just a little bit, maybe another 15 minutes, because it's still showing that right's significantly higher than left. In terms of fuel quantity, so we will leave another 15 minutes, and at the top of the hour, 11 PM Zulu, we will switch the fuel back to left. I've put the music on Surprise Me. I know it's not Japanesey music, but let me know if this is better than the constant beat. And again, we can look at that. I don't know what the price of pretzel is. There is, you can get a lot more music if you pay for it. But I'm just using the free version right now. So we're about to fly over the city of Handa. Music is too low. Okay. Let me know if that's better. Let's see what we can find out about Handa. Nothing. Handa has nothing interesting about it, apparently, according to Google Maps and Wikipedia. It's a port, so it must be a trading area. I did change fuel. Sorry, actually, Stuart, no, I didn't. We didn't change fuel at 1:45 because when we looked at the fuel and I was showing Arthur how to check the fuel gauges, it turned out that we had more right fuel than left fuel. And at 1:45 we checked again, and the right is still looking. If you look at the bottom left of this navigation display, the right fuel is still looking slightly higher than left. So we're staying on the right fuel for another 15 minutes to try and balance those two out. But thank you. Arthur did call it out. Arthur did a great job of covering for you. I thought I said Heineken for a second. It doesn't. It says Hekinen. I don't even like beer, so it's not like it would be a subliminal thing. Kamikaze. What? No, it doesn't say that either. Okay. Miles needs cider or something. It said Kazumaki, I think it said. Not Kamikaze. Oh my god. I'll get myself cancelled or a strike on YouTube. No one told me I was overspeed. Overspeed. Going back to 75%. Just don't want to overstress the aircraft. And Stuart, we managed to introduce some music for the quiet times. We're using Pretzel Rocks, which is a royalty-free music service. I'm open to anybody in the chat who just wants to say skip song. If there's a song that you don't like, say skip, and I will skip to the next one. I've just put it on Surprise Me, so it's going to play any song from any genre right now from the list of library of free music that it has. There's a lot of traffic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One behind me there as well. 6. I can see another one that's flashing, but I don't see their username because they're too far away. There's a lot of traffic as we get closer to Tokyo. If you look on the VFR map, you can see them all as well. You can see all the traffic. I want to go and see the new Fast and Furious, but here's the thing, I haven't seen any of the Fast and Furious beyond Fast and Furious 7. So I need to watch 8, 9 and the break-off one, whatever the other one was, before I go and see Fast 10. Otherwise I'll have no idea what's going on, but it'll all be about family, I know that. Because, you know, family. That's the meme around Fast and the Furious. Shouldn't knock it. Family's a good thing. Oh, rain for the dance music now. I'm skipping this dance music. Can you connect with other flight sim pilots? Not directly in the game as far as I know. You can, through the Xbox app, you can request to be friends with them. And then you could, I could set up like a Discord chat with them, or chat with them through the maybe through the Xbox app if that's possible. I'm not sure. There is also services that do connect into Flight Simulator where you can simulate real life air traffic control. So somebody will actually pretend to be an air traffic controller, and they will actually have a screens in front of them that look like real air traffic control. And you know, you can actually talk to them and do practice your radios and things. So there are ways of interacting with other people whilst doing the simulator. Yes, I haven't in the past, but again, if that's something people would be interested in, I can try to reach out to the community and see if people would like to do a fly-in or something like that, where we're all on a Discord chat or something that I then link up to my live stream. I don't know how many people I would get. Again, maybe if I had 1,000 subscribers, wink wink, nudge nudge and all that, maybe they'd be more interested in getting on a chat with me. We could do a fly-in somewhere. So that's quite cool. So a fly-in is where a group of pilots agree to all fly into an airport, or between two airports, take off and land at another airport together at roughly the same time. And so then you have that busier airspace and you can watch people taking off and landing and stuff like that. So again, if these live streams get popular enough, and the channel gets popular enough, I'm more than open to trying to reach out to the community and arranging fly-ins and potentially live chats with other pilots that are flying in the same area. So yeah, I think there are ways to do it. I just haven't in the past. Let's see how we're getting on with our estimated time en route. 27 minutes. Estimated time en route to our next landmark. And I did warn you at the start this was going to be a long one. I was planning this to be a 4-hour stream. I'm really wanting to go long on this one. Really take our time, really appreciate the Japanese landscape. Can you check with other pilots when you're flying for real? Not just for a chit chat, no. You're all on the same radio frequency, or a number of you will be, so you'll all be kind of hearing each other's calls. But no, you would not directly communicate with another pilot in real life in that way. It's kind of like, if you want to think about it in the way as the British politics, you know, where everybody speaks to the speaker and the speaker responds, but everybody else in the room can hear. It's kind of like that. You speak to air traffic control and everybody else can hear you. So no, you would not connect with other real pilots. You would, you know, you're just trying to get to your destination safely, not have a chit chat with other pilots and distract them from their duties in the cockpit. Any book recommendations? You mean for flying? Or just books in general? The Killing Zone is a great book for flying. Especially for new pilots that have just recently passed, say, their pilot license. The Killing Zone is a great book. It teaches you how to not be complacent and how not to start thinking everything's going to be okay just because every flight you've had is okay and has been okay so far to date. It really teaches you not to be complacent and to be very aware of you know, that type of thing, complacency and icing on the wings and such, and just thinking you're going to be okay, because as soon as you think you're going to be okay, as soon as you take your eye off the ball, you won't be. Wow, we're at that time of the night where we're recommending 1984. Okay, yes, 1984 is a great book too, but I actually don't recommend reading it if you haven't read it. I recommend listening to the audio version. I'll give the guy a call out. A really good audio version of 1984 that I listened to. By a guy called Steve Parker Audiobooks. He does a number of different voices and also puts different sound effects into the background and really helps you get into the story better. So if you do a lot of driving and a lot of travelling and you haven't read 1984, I recommend listening to Steve Parker audiobooks. He actually had his audio recording taken down off of YouTube originally. He got a copyright strike and managed to get it back because people protested enough. And it's actually, the book's old enough now that it's not subject to the same copyrights as newer books. I actually paid him for it. When he got it taken down and stricken, I actually paid him for a copy of the audiobook because I was listening to it on YouTube and then I couldn't finish it. So I paid him to have a direct copy of all the files. So Steve Parker audiobooks, call out. He's done 1984. I think he's also done Animal Farm and a number of other Orwellian books. So Brave New World, War of the Worlds, and a few others. I'm just looking at his channel now, so shout out Steve Parker. But no, I'm not typically a book reading person. Not generally. I'm looking at my iPad now, see what I've been reading recently. Because I do weekly travel to London once a month for work. So I enjoyed Andrew Yang's book, The War on Normal People. It's Andrew Yang, The War on Normal People. You might know of Andrew Yang as a guy who ran for American president in was it the last election or 2 elections ago, I forget now, as a Democrat. And he was the one pushing for universal basic income, because he was seeing how automation was going to come in and take away jobs. And so he was pushing that, you know, governments need to do something when there's not going to be jobs. There has to be a safety net for people. And he was pushing it for universal basic income, and that has been no more relevant than it is today, meaning that it's super relevant today. And that book talks about that, the automation revolution, and how that's going to impact people. And, you know, it also has a nice appendix at the back of which jobs have been most impacted and least impacted. So if you're having kids, or if you're at school or university yourself just now, you can have a look at that appendix and make sure that you're in a job that's going to have a lower risk of being automated away versus jobs that will be more easily automated away. And that might surprise you. Another one I've been reading is Patrick Bet-David. People might know him from his PBD podcast and Valuetainment on YouTube. His book called Your Next 5 Moves, Master the Art of Business Strategy. So some of you may know, I am a product manager in my day job, and yeah, a lot of my job is business strategy, product planning, and I essentially run my line of business as the managing director, end to end, but they call it product manager. And so yeah, books on business strategy again are of key interest to me. Hope that answers the question. Just Robbie. Hey, Just Robbie. Flying the D77TC. Doesn't seem to be able to hold an altitude to save his life, but he's flying the D77TC. He was at 10,000, then 9,000, now he's at 11,000. I don't know what he's doing. But Just Robbie is flying. Call it BRI DGESR. Don't know what that stands for. Elementon. Or Emelton? I don't know. People's usernames are weird. Silveration. Ron 7N. Wow, this airspace is busy. Oh, this is nice. Look at this lake. River. Okay, let's see if we can guesstimate what the next point will be. So it looks like it's somewhere around Handa. I think it might be Mount Fuji. I think our next point of interest is Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji in 17 minutes. I'm going to climb now. A bit of a safe altitude above these mountains. Welcome to anyone who's just joined the stream. We'll just recap. We're doing this stream as to try and reinvigorate the channel. I'm going to Japan at the end of August, and we're going to plan to do some live streams whilst we're over there. So today we are doing a landmark tour of Japan, over the cities and towns that I'll be visiting when I'm in Japan next month. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers before we go, because that makes live streaming a little bit easier on a mobile device, and it unlocks a bunch of additional features in YouTube for that. We can live stream without it, but we would really love to have 1,000 subscribers because it unlocks a bunch of extra features. We're also looking to gain our watch time so that we can unlock additional features in YouTube as well. So if you are looking to go to bed and you're enjoying the stream and you want to support the channel, please do leave the device on. You can put it on mute, just leave it on the channel, and that'd be great. It really helps us get the watch time as well, so appreciate that. Please do like the live streams because that helps YouTube push it out to more people. And yeah, subscribe and share on all your social medias, all that good stuff. One more call out again, let me know where you're going on your holidays, and we can arrange a flight over there in the future. Any questions about Japan? Give me a shout. Any questions about my plans for Japan? Give me a shout. Happy to answer anything. There will be dedicated live streams coming up in the future before we go to Japan, covering all those subjects. However, if you want to ask the questions now, I'm happy to answer them. I'm just increasing our rate of climb. Yes, we covered Mount Fuji in the last flight. Yes, we did. But that was from much higher. We're going much lower and closer to it this time. And some people who were with us last time may not be with us this time, and vice versa. Fly any other plane? Not during this flight, no. But yes, I can fly many other planes. The last stream, which you can watch the recording of, we flew an Airbus A320 from the south of Japan to Tokyo Haneda. We flew from Nagasaki to Tokyo Haneda in the last live stream with an Airbus A320. And we did that the way that you'd fly a commercial airliner, obviously at much higher altitudes and following a strict flight plan. So yes, in every live stream I will try to fly a different aircraft if that's what people would like to see. Yeah, I've got the basic version of the simulator, so I think I have something like 30 different planes, and I have flown every single one of them in a 300 nautical mile journey, because that's one of the achievements for the game. I have most of the achievements minus, I think it's 4 or 5, and the ones I don't have are flight time, and the number of airports. There's like an achievement for getting a huge number of airports, like 500 or 600 number of airports, landings. Those are the only achievements I don't have. It's like total flight time and max number of airports. One of the achievements is to fly a 300 nautical mile journey in every single aircraft in the base game, and I've done that. So theoretically, I can fly them all. But in real life, with my private license, it's a plane very, very similar to this plane that I fly. It's called the Piper PA-28. This is not. This is a different plane. This is a Beechcraft, but the Piper PA-28 is very, very similar to this plane. And this is a great plane for speed, control, amount of fuel that it can carry for the journey we want to do today, stability, everything else. So it's a fantastic touring plane and sightseeing plane. And as you can see up ahead, sure enough, Mount Fuji has come into view. Just realised that in the stream dashboard there's an option to add a stream marker. I wonder if that allows me to come back and timestamp the stream later on. Might try that. Might have to try that going forward. I don't know if because I don't have 1,000 subs, I don't know if you guys and girls can clip videos for me. Can you clip videos for me? I don't know. Do you get that option when I'm streaming? Do you get clip that or stream that or trim that or whatever it is, whatever the setting is? I don't know if you get that below 1,000 subs. Thank you for the fuel reminder. So I've just been told by YouTube that this live stream is now my second top video in terms of views in the last 48 hours. Great stuff. Let's keep it up. what I might do is try to, and I don't really like shorts to be honest, but it is the game you have to play these days. I think I might create some shorts from the landmarks parts of this stream and release those as shorts as well after the stream. That might help get us some more attention across YouTube, because they seem to be really heavily pushing the shorts right now. So yeah, next landmark, Mount Fuji up ahead, as you can see, and there's a bunch of people flying around it. Say thank you to everybody who has stuck with the live stream past midnight on Saturday night. Probably switching over to an American audience for the most part, but anybody who's stuck with me, I really appreciate you spending the time this evening. See all these other planes now. I don't know how well it's coming through on the stream, but I can see them flashing like mad, all their lights flashing at me and stuff. I do need my guide to
Tokyo Center
comms.
Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie
again.
Oscar Tango, is type Beechcraft B3617 miles west of Romeo Juliet Golf Oscar, 9,000 feet. Request flight following. Squawk 701
Well, this
for
music's quite
Beechcraft
eerie, isn't
Charlie
it?
Oscar Tango.
Let's skip this one.
Roger Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
Wow, look at that. It's amazing. I hope when we are going to be in the Hakone area, we're hoping to actually do some paragliding around about this area of Mount Fuji and Hakone. So hopefully we get a beautiful clear day like this, so that when we're paragliding around the Hakone area we get some amazing footage of Mount Fuji. We won't be able to... Theoretically we could try to live stream that. I'm not going to live stream the paragliding, but I have action cameras that we're taking with us and I will be filming it, and we will, assuming the cameras don't crash and burn on the ground and everybody's okay, we will release the videos of the paragliding when we return. So I'm going to put a marker here on the live stream. Call this Mount Fuji, and so look, it doesn't allow you to call it anything right now, but it does allow you to put a marker on, and I guess you can then review it later. Because as I say, I want to put some timestamps in the video for people who come back to watch the live stream on demand, so they can find these points, and also I'm going to create some shorts. So just hang on, pilot. Let's fly around Mount Fuji for a little while. I don't think I have to go into slow flight for this because it's quite a big mountain, volcano. Now, if you watched my last live stream, we were much higher. You saw it in from the top. I actually don't know if this plane can get high enough to show you in the top. We'll try, but if not, we'll just fly around it a couple of times. Mount Fuji, ladies and gentlemen, landmark number 6. And this is definitely one we'll be going to see in Japan. Would not miss it. Look at how busy the airspace is around here. I wonder why everybody's coming to look at Mount Fuji tonight. Can I auto signal people? What does that even mean? Sorry, I'm not sure what the question is. Well, crater. Oh, so there's a crater in the side of Mount Fuji. I was not aware of that. As you may have noticed, the air traffic control warned me about the traffic nearby that was potentially going to conflict with me. And we reported that we had them in sight. 4 miles, 4,200 feet. Sorry, so 14,000. 14,200. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock's that way. Where Mount Fuji is. Mount Fuji. Landmark number 6. Let's see if we can get up over the top. If I auto signal, I don't know, maybe you're saying tell people what you're doing or what you're going to do. There is, not in the small planes generally, but in the bigger planes, there are anti-collision systems that will detect if you're on a collision path with another aircraft that's transponding near you, and it will tell you both what to do. So it'll tell one plane to descend and one plane to climb. And that's how you would get a signal as to what you need to do to avoid the collision with the other aircraft. I don't know if that answers your question or not. And from memory, it's been a long time now, but from memory it's called ACAS. I think it's like anti-collision something system. I could Google it in a second. Somebody else can Google it and stick it in the chat. top of Mount Fuji. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Mount Fuji, ladies and gentlemen.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango have the traffic.
Let's get back on track. We'll head off now to landmark number 7. And we'll come back down to, I don't know, something like 5,000 feet maybe. Seems reasonable. So, fuel change. Next mark is in 14 minutes.
For Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Approach Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango 11,400 feet.
Mount Fuji is an active volcano. Did I mention that? I don't think I did any facts around Mount Fuji. I'm not sure when it last erupted. I could check. I'm too busy having fun flying around it. The summit elevation of 3,776.24 meters, or 12,389 feet and 3 inches. It's the tallest mountain in Japan. It's the second highest volcano located on an island in Asia. Last erupted in 1707. And is located 100 kilometers southwest of Tokyo. So, for anybody just joining, we are heading over to our 7th landmark. Can't tell you what it is, because I've forgotten. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. But we'll find out as we get there, and I will give you some information about it as we get there. We have 3 more landmarks, and then landing at Tokyo Narita to conclude this flight. How's everyone doing? Anybody live in the chat? Anybody subscribed and still with us, or have we all fallen asleep? And we're all just here to give me watch time, which I do appreciate if that's what you've done too. I don't mind finishing the flight by myself, and you can watch it back on demand. But if you are around, give me a shout in the chat, let me know you're still here, let me know you're watching. We're having a rave together with this music. It's not very Japanese, I'll tell you that, but it is helping me stay awake as this room gets hotter and hotter as the computer tries to cook me whilst we fly. Let's mix it up a little bit before we get to waypoint 7. Let's try for another touch and go at RJTA. I need to stop my co-pilot getting in my way. Tunnel.
Atsugi Tower Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar, Tango 5 miles west 5,000 feet for touch and go.
Wind cam, enter left base, runway 01. Enter left base. That's impossible. I'm gonna enter downwind. Maybe not actually. No, I mean no. I'm wrong. That's really how tired I am at this point. I am entering left base for runway 01. That's absolutely correct. I'm on left base right now. Runway 01. So let me show you a little trick. It's called slip. So I put full rudder in one direction and then I turn the aircraft in the other direction. And it causes you to lose so much altitude so fast, but in a controlled manner. So I'm in a full slip right now. Slipping down as we do a touch and go here just to keep it interesting as we go to landmark 7. Slipping it down because it was a last minute decision to do this touch and go. This is not how you would do this professionally. But it does work. We're out of the slip now. We will land beyond the markers, I would expect. But it'll be a nice one. It'll be a nice touch and go. Go, touchdown, flaps up, full throttle, let's go.
When you're done, you're done. Ain't no shame to run.
Up. Gear up, flaps up.
When your prayers go home and your blood runs cold. Just grab your gun for one last fight, 'cause no one's getting out of here alive.
There's a lot of traffic in this airspace. The game did go a little bit jumpy there for a second, so if you saw that on the stream, that's legit. That's just the game struggling with all the traffic and everything and the information in the space. It's smoothed out again now though. So, similar to before, we're doing a climbing turn back onto our track, but I do not need to be at 5,000 feet. So, we'll come to about 2,000 feet, I think. Press the flight forward,
Approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra
and then
Charlie
we'll
Oscar
thumbs
Tango.
back over
Is
to the
type
other
Beechcraft,
pilot.
be 36
Sorry, not the
miles
other
south of
pilot,
Atsugi,
the
Beechcraft Golf,
2000 feet.
Sierra
first
Charlie Oscar
officer.
Tango is type
Request
Beechcraft,
flight
be
follow.
36 miles south of Atsugi, 2,400 feet. Request flight following. Squawk 7016 Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango. Roger Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango.
Quite too much. So this will be landmark number 7 at stream 3 hours and 44 minutes. Probably about 10 minutes away, maybe a bit less from the landmark itself. So yeah, I'm estimating the stream's probably going to go about 4.5 hours to finish. We've got 2 more after this, and then we land at Tokyo Narita. We are 2 minutes to run to the landmark. Slow down. There are several landmarks here. And we'll see what they are. So the landmarks, as I say, are buildings that have been specifically crafted by Asobo and Microsoft to put into the game, rather than the generic buildings and things that are auto created as part of the world that's done from big maps.
Only you had a motive for murder.
I think it's the Yokohama landmark tower. I think that's our landmark. Yokohama. Landmark tower. Yokohama Landmark Tower is the 3rd tallest building and 5th tallest structure, I don't know what the difference is, in Japan, standing at 296.3 meters, 972 feet high. We will come back after the flypast once I've read some more information about it to show you it closer.
She was murdered.
It contains a 5-star hotel which occupies floors 49 to 70 with 603 rooms. The lower 48 floors contain shops, restaurants, clinics and offices. There's an observatory on the 69th floor and a sky garden. It doesn't tell me. No, it does. Construction started on 20th of March 1990 and completed in 1993, and it opened on the 16th of July 1993. Let's come up with a pilot and do some flying around on this one. Yokohama landmark is landmark number 7.
Going to 128.7 Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango. Approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 2,000 feet.
Once again, Yokohama Landmark Tower is our 7th landmark on this flight.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Tokyo approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 1,700 feet.
Sounds like a really nice area, actually.
for Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 1,400 feet.
So let's go over, whilst we're here in Yokohama, we'll give you a what they call a Brucey bonus. And we'll go over and have a look at Yokohama Bridge as well, Yokohama Bay-Bridge. So Yokohama Landmark Tower, landmark number 7. Let's go over and look at Yokohama Bay-Bridge.
Going to 119.65 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango. Tokyo approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 1,300 feet.
Yokohama Bay-Bridge, total length 860 meters. Opened on September 27th, 1989. It doesn't really have much more to say about it. Yokohama Bay-Bridge. Doesn't look like it's attached to anything. Ignore that. Actually, roads that go nowhere as well. Ignore that. Let's head off to landmark number 8. I feel like no one's been reminding me about fuel. I need to be on right fuel.
Approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 1,600 feet.
Have I played Elite Dangerous?
119.65.
I don't think I have. I've heard a few people talking about it.
Tokyo approach Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango.
Is that not one of those ones that you have? I'm maybe mixing it up with a different one, but there's one that's like it gets kind of crazy with spreadsheets and you've got to track everything and run a whole business. It might not be the same one. No, I don't think I've played Elite Dangerous, but I will look into it. Ah, yes, Eve, that's the one, yes. I know of people that were into that. I never got into it. But, yeah, I'll have a look at it. I'll certainly take a look. Yes, the 2024 one, if that's what you're meaning by the new flight simulator, yeah, it's really going to be something. It's going to be this on steroids. And it should use a lot less local system storage. I've got about, I think it is like 200 gig of my local hard drive, and I've got several terabytes of local hard drive on this computer. I can afford to lose 200 gig, but a lot of people can't. And so what they're trying to do with the Flight Sim 2024 is have a lot more of it streamed from the internet. I would actually quite like an option to have it downloaded, so it's local, so that I can use my bandwidth more for streaming rather than streaming the game, but streaming, you know what I mean, streaming the game to play it. I'd rather use my bandwidth streaming to YouTube. But yes, they are going to make it a lot more cloud-based, and have career modes, all the rest of it. So it's going to be fantastic, and I will be a day one early adopter, and I'm sure I'll be streaming it on day one. So come back to the channel and watch that. I will turn down the music. Thank you for that feedback. And I'm also quite a bit away from my microphone. I've got a Blue Yeti, and I've not been leaning into it as much as I probably should have been. So thank you for that feedback.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango have the traffic.
There's a lot of traffic in this area. My autopilot appears to be broken, so I'm going to fly us to the next point of interest.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango traffic in sight.
And maybe the autopilot will come back to me. I might have hit something in the, let's have a look. GPS, it's all looking right, so I don't understand why. Interesting. Let's just see if I get it back on track. Maybe it'll pick it up from there for me. But it's not too far anyway to fly manually. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the balance between, as in music's a new thing I've just added to the stream today, so I'm trying to figure out the balance between music and my microphone and what people can listen to whilst I'm not talking, because I'm not always got something to say. So the next point of interest is the Rainbow Bridge, named not for pride or anything like that, but because it has lights on it that go around the colours of the rainbow. We will be doing a boat tour down this river on our last night in Tokyo. We're going to be getting a Yakutabon type boat, which is going to come down this river, and we're going to eat on it and drink on it and be merry in the evening, and it finishes up around the Rainbow Bridge. So there's an interesting fact about my holiday for you. I will try to find some more information on Rainbow Bridge as well. Rainbow. Try and get rainbow information that's actually information. Bridge Tokyo, here we go. So, construction ended in 1993 and it opened on August 26, 1993. It has 4 lanes, it's 798 meters long. And yeah, I'm going to be riding a boat underneath it. And I think actually we're doing the go-karting. We're renting the go-karts as well around Tokyo. They're not allowed to call them Mario Karts anymore, but we're renting the go-karts around Tokyo. And I believe we drive over Rainbow Bridge. So if anybody who's played Mario Kart will know that Rainbow Bridge is a level in the Mario Kart games. It's named after this bridge, and we'll actually be going over it in go-karts when in Japan. Yeah, I'll need to put a trigger on my stream deck that I can tweak the audio just with one button for when I'm going to be talking when I'm not. But landmark number 8, Rainbow Bridge. Let's see, now that we're in Tokyo, we'll cover a couple of extra landmarks that are not on the flight plan. Places we will be going to see. So the first one here will be Tokyo Tower. And then we'll go over and see Tokyo Skytree, both of which we will go to see. Our hotel will be in Minato City, which which is very close to Tokyo Tower. Our Tokyo Tower is in Minato City, and our hotel is it's about a 15-minute walk away from Tokyo Tower, which is this big red tower here. Our hotel will be near this tower. Can you land on roads? You could try to. I don't think I've tried. I think you can. If they're big enough and wide enough, yeah, why not? You can land on grass, that's for sure. And grass runways, there's hundreds if not thousands of grass runways in the game. And again, there's a bunch of these windows. You can't really tell until you get low enough down. I'm more worried about the things that hold the bridge up getting in my way. Yeah, the CAA don't monitor if pilots are having fun on a simulator game. I mean, people do challenge themselves to land on the most ridiculous things, so I've seen people try to land Cub aircraft on helipads and things, top of buildings and stuff. It's never easy, but it's doable. I guess a helipad is a designated landing zone though, so it might be slightly different. Oh, I can certainly fly through the bridge. Yes, I can land on a road. Yes, you can land on Rainbow Bridge. Clip that. Somebody clip that and send it to me. That's amazing. Skytree is over this way. I see, it's this tall viewing tower across Tokyo. No problem. Thank you for joining us, Arthur. Have a good evening. And appreciate you giving us some challenges and mixing it up a little bit. So, great. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend. And yeah, I'll catch you in a bit. I don't know which point of interest this is now. It's Tokyo Skytree. I'll say it's a viewing point. We will be going here during our trip to Japan. But I'm not entirely sure what number we're at now. 9 or 10, I think. Viewpoint.
Approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, 1,900 feet.
I'm streaming essentially every weekend until I go on holiday, so it'll be next Saturday, the next stream. I might do one in the middle of the week, but I don't usually. Saturday's the day I will do it. So yeah, if you're looking for the next one, it'll be on Saturday next week.
Going to 127.7 Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango. Tokyo approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra, Charlie Oscar Tango, 2,000 feet.
Okay, Tokyo Skytree. Right, let's finish this.
126.0 Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango.
Narita,
approach
here we
Beechcraft
come.
Golf, Sierra, Charlie Oscar Tango, 2,200 feet. .7 Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango. Tokyo approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra, Charlie Oscar Tango, 2,300 feet. .0 for Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango. Shimotsuisetoo approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra, Charlie Oscar Tango, 3,100 feet.
So, if anybody is still with us, we are now just heading back to Tokyo Narita to land and finish our flight. Thank you for spending the last 4 hours and 20 minutes with me. This has been fun. It's been a long one, but it's been fun. Here we go, coming in for approach into Narita. Waiting for my joining instructions.
Narita Tower Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, is 4 miles west, 2,000 feet with Mike to land. Make left traffic runway, tree 4 left Beechcraft, Charlie Oscar Tango.
Left traffic runway 34. Okay. Take our left. Okay. That's our runway. That's 34 right there.
Cleared to land runway tree for left Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So I'm cleared to land, so that aircraft should hold at the holding point. Should not get in my way. And there we have it, we're down. We will exit the runway and request our taxi.
121.75 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
Which I believe has already been displayed to us.
Ground Beechcraft Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango taxi to parking. Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha 6 Whiskey 8 Whiskey Charlie Sierra 2 Juliet Mike 2 Delta 1 Delta 2 Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango.
So that's it. Guys, we are landed. We are taxiing now to our parking area. It's been 4.5 hours since I started streaming. I'm tired. I'm going to park up and I'm going to go to bed. But thank you for joining us. This has been a very fun stream. I will timestamp the live stream tomorrow. And I will probably release some shorts based on it as well. And I'll be back next Saturday. So, we'll park up and then we'll be done. loads of people flying here. It's ridiculous. There we go, signal to cut my engine. We are parked. That's it, folks. Thanks very much, and I will see you next time. Have a great day.